Okay, cool. Mic is not broken. This is good. We like that. So, okay, whatever. OBS is being weird. That's fine. So, last time I was working on whatever this was for electroblubs, but there is an issue. Go figure, right? Um, we have a problem in wherever it is. We have a problem with first aid because it doesn't work. Well, technically everything works, but it doesn't actually work. So we need to fix this. And the reason why it doesn't work, that's the actual interesting part here. The reason why it doesn't work is there should be this, right? So I'm under the assumption that first aid calls this, right? But it doesn't. First aid actually calls this. It calls this. Which for all intents and purposes seems fine on the surface, but it isn't, because this delegates to this, which just returns something empty, right? Well, I mean, there's a different implementation depending on the item, right? But the point is that a first aid calls this method directly, and from the item class, not from the item stack class. And so most items, in fact all items, are just going to delegate to this version, which is going to throw out the stack argument, right? The stack argument basically just gets completely thrown out. Which means when first aid is getting all the stuff it needs for like armor modifications and whatever, it's not looking at the stack to see if there's any attribute modifiers on the stack. And that causes a problem. So to fix that, I need to basically write a mixin into this to change the returned multimap to be something else. Now there is this, and what I'm curious about is it registers that, but We have this. I wonder if I can... Where is this used? Or I guess I want to know where this is used. It really isn't. Right, okay. I don't know when this is done, but this is definitely done before... Like, I wanna implement this mixin. I can't read that off that. Right. I wanna read this mixin, or I wanna load a different mixin if first state is present, but not if it's not present. Okay, that's for fabric. But this... What is this? This is under ASM Mixins. Mixins. I don't know why. Okay, create configuration. You have provide a mixed environment, and it just tries to create it. Right, unless I could specify something with this. Unless there's something in that. Okay, yeah, that's not useful. I thought it was just this. I didn't know if. Okay, that doesn't help me at all either. I don't know if there's additional fields here that I can have. There might be, but I need to know what they are. Hold on, let me look at something. Let me do some research here. Right, so there is that, but it might not be that big a deal, honestly. I might mix into it and then only use it if first aid is present or something. Or I just mix it into it and just always use it. You know what? That's probably fair. So I have to mix into item, and item extends that. What? No, what? I forged registry entry. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, so I need an at modifier return value on this is gonna be all right. Now to specify this. Okay, attribute modifiers. It takes net Minecraft inventory entity equipment slot. Oh wait, that's right. I have to do lnet. I think it's Minecraft. I don't remember how this works. I don't remember the specifics. Oh, it's semicolon at the end. Okay. Inventory. Minecraft inventory entity equipment slot. And then where is item stack? Net Minecraft item. Okay. And it returns a multi-map, which is Google common collect multi-map. Returns this thing. I get this right? Multi-map. What? Where? Right. Yeah. Okay. That should specify the method correctly. Let me look at this. What does it do here? Okay, it does add at return. That makes sense. Okay, so now we just have to add a couple things. The stack is empty, we'll return that. And then otherwise, all we want to really do is get the stack modifiers and then put them here. You don't have a get, do you? What? We can remove the modifier, we can apply the modifier, we can't get the modifier. You have to do it based off the UUID, right? Okay. Alright. First thing I need to do is I need to and I can map this to there's gotta be a better way, right? I think I want to do something like this, and then map it to the armor modifier has a name. Oh wait, I need to get the attribute and then get the name. And then I want to filter out an attribute modifier. Something like that. Dots. Find first dot if present. This is the name that I'm putting it under, so I need to keep this. I guess I would. I guess I want this to be a for each then, I guess. Now this doesn't have a UUID. This should totally have a UUID. Or it might just be get ID. Yeah, it's get ID. Okay. And then, yeah, that's all we do. We declare it static. Well, you can't be static. You're not allowed to be static. So, yeah, the idea is that we just extract the modifier. And we do it for each one. What's the return value? True of this best and increase the size of the multi-map. I can map it. Because now this is going to be an optional boolean. I want this to be an or else. I think I want compare and set. I expect true, and I update to true. Oh, wait. That's... I expect true, and I'm updating to... this. If the current value equals the expected value. Wait, what do you mean if the current value equals the expected value? What does this do? Atomically sets the value to the given updated value if the current value equals the expected value. Oh. So if the current value is false, then update it. Otherwise, don't. Literally, what's the difference between these things? Whatever. Atomically update Java variable to X if it is currently holding expected. So if expected's false, yeah, this should, if I have this right, atomically sets the value to the given updated value if the current value is the expected value. So if the current value is false, which is what we start with, then we will update this. And if this doesn't change anything, right, if this doesn't do this, then it will be false. Otherwise, it'll update it to true, right, because this will be true, and then it won't make any more changes. And now I just do a debug lib call here. Actually, if altered dot get, then I want this. I think that's all I need. And now I have to go to here. I have to add Mixin item. And I believe that's it. Take me to this. I want to know what the remap is. The remap might be needed, it might not be needed, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. We'll just leave it. So that's that. And then there's also one other thing that I know I can fix right away, probably. It's right here. Context matches. So here we're getting a null pointer exception. Probably right here. If the true attacker is null. Can the true attacker ever be null? I guess it can. Right, because if the true attacker is null, or that. This doesn't really need to be final, but whatever, I don't care. Is the attacker an... No, it's an entity. Okay, that makes sense. Oops, that's not how that works. If they're both null, return true. Actually... What am I looking for? Like, if they're both null, I want to return true, but I want to return false, actually, if they're different. Because I don't think this... Oh, it really does. Okay. So I need A equals null, XOR B equals null. Right, so if they're different, i.e. one is null, one's not null, then I return false, straight up. Otherwise, if they're both null, and if they're both null, I can return true. And then the last case, so if they're different, I return false. If they're the same, I return true. Or if they're both null, then I return true. And now in this case, they're actually both non-null, so now I can return a die get unique ID die equals b die get unique ID. So this is instead entities match or both null. This is the true attacker and the this dot get true attacker. So the damage type has to match, and then these entities have to match, and these entities have to match. So it's the same thing. Because now we won't run into this null pointer. What is your problem? How can it be null at this location? If they're both okay. If A is null, then if B is null, we return true. If B is not null, we return false. How could A be null at this location? It literally can't. If B is null, then we literally XOR it. If A is null, then if B is null, if A is null and B is null, then we fall into this case, and we return true. If A is null and B is not null, then we fall into this case, and we return false. And then if A is null, if B is null and A is not null, we still fall into this case. And if they're both not null, then this doesn't happen and this doesn't happen. Because this is false and this is false. And then we would do this. What do you mean they're both potentially null? How? In what world? I'm literally going to verify this. Run this. Right? A is null, B is null, right? So then if A is null and B is null, we have that. If A is null and B is not null, hello. Yeah, then it's true. Then we return false. You're high. It wants me to verify that like A and B are not null. I think it's just looking at this, and it's not looking at that. It's not looking at this together to be able to determine that that's the thing. It doesn't know what it's talking about. It doesn't matter because the operation's symmetric, so literally that's true false as well. If they're both false, then we don't have block. Yeah, dude, it's literally, you're high. You're literally high. So the context matches in the case where the damage type from each damage source are the same, and the true attackers match, or they're both null. Right? And the true attackers match if their IDs match, or they're both null. But if one's null and one's not null, or more importantly, if their IDs don't match, then the context doesn't match. And then we do the same thing, but for the actual attacker. Or like the immediate attacker. Whatever, same diff. Okay. Good. And now that we got that, now we can check if it works. I think there's one more thing I want to do real quick. Where is it? Here we are. I need to register this, right? Is that how you did it here? Hello. Yeah, you add those capabilities there. Okay, so we do that in init. That's not what it's called. Minion, dude, it's literally. What do you mean? Minion mob resistance is distributor. Yeah, do that. Oh, because it's protected. That would explain it. Don't delete it. We add a mob cap, and then this is going to overwrite the existing, like, empty thing, right? Because now I don't actually know if this works at all. Now, if it's null, the game just hard crashes. That's fun. We'll be able to figure that out. Because we'll get a null pointer. This won't be null. Because this returns this, which is not null. This won't be null. Because it can't, dang it. I'm doing. I probably should add some kind of, you know, check here. Yeah. if location is not null, then we do this. Otherwise, what? What's crashing? Not nothing yet. Nothing yet. Wait, what's this get super entity ID? Unless I guess. Oh, wait, yeah. If this is present, then that means this actually returns something. So I know actually that at this point, this can't be null because I've checked it. I've literally checked it. In fact, just to kind of sell that a little bit more, I'm going to do get super entity ID for, I guess, t dot get, because I know that we're good. I know that we're good here. And then at this point, it's a matter on if this is configured. Now, if it's not, then what? Then what? You can return null. Okay, that's good. You can return null. Because then it won't have the capability. Right? And then I think in the capability handler is where we'd check if it's null or whatever. I don't know. This, yeah, so we would put null in the map. We would put null in the map, which is fine because, because it is probably fine. Where's my handler? Bro, where you at? There you are. Add caps if not null. Yeah, and if it's not null, then we add it. Okay, that's good to know. So in this instance, does this have a, this does have a configured. Yeah, so if it's configured, I want to do that. Probably, right? Yeah, because it'll add the capability if it's not null. Oh my gosh, this just got stupid complicated for some reason. Okay, capabilities. It returns an optional map. Now, actually, this It would overwrite it with null. And for a mob resistances capability distributor, generate capability, it could generate it, but then it would just replace it. Should assign default. Oh, but what if I have that? That doesn't matter. Because I still have that thing enabled, right? So, right. Where's my configurations for this thing? Minion mimic mob resistances. This is not used anywhere, right? You're damn right. I need, if mod config dot compat dot wizardry dot minions mimic mob resistances, and you're an instance of summon creature, and your super entity ID thing is present. Then if this is off, we return false, it doesn't get added, and I just use whatever is like whatever the regular distributor gets. Otherwise, it replaces it with this in the instance that it's one of these, and it has this. Assuming that this even works. If this doesn't work, I don't know. While this loads up, so to get everyone up to speed, I had to fix first aid a little bit. Well, actually, there wasn't really anything wrong with first aid, but I had to add this because first aid doesn't actually get the attribute modifiers correctly. Like, the solution I had for first aid worked, except for the fact that first aid didn't do exactly what I thought it did. And so I have to write a mixin to change the way regular attribute modifiers are retrieved from an item, which doesn't fundamentally break anything. And then I need to add that to this little map. Now, I don't know if this breaks. There's a handful of things that can break here. A, this can break, right? B, this can crash the game. And C, I think this should be fine. I added this little change here because I was getting some crashes. I was getting reports of a couple crashes, and I think the main reason I got some crashes was because of the specific order in which, like, damage was happening. But it should be fine. Now, if the context doesn't match, it'll nest, right? Because the context doesn't match. And that's really interesting. But in theory it works, because it just pushes a new damage calculation, and then it will resolve it, assuming that this doesn't happen. But well, actually no, this shouldn't happen. And in there's some thing. It's not here. It's in the combat calculations. This on attack, on hurt, on damage, on knockback, on tick. If the calculation is present after the clear interval ticks, which is just 20 ticks, then we clear it. I think that's the best I can do. Okay, this is good. This is done. Nothing should crash anymore. Everything should be good. Actually, well, I have no idea. I cannot verify that at all. What am I looking for? I'm looking for you, and then you, and then you, and then you, and then you. Okay. Open this folder, and then I gotta drag this in. I'm not extremely confident on this, but like whatever. Now I just wait for the game to launch, which probably takes forever. So, you know, c'est la vie. Whenever you feel like it, Minecraft, show me the launcher. Come on. You know, whenever it works, whenever it is most convenient for you. Oh my gosh, you're so dumb. Yes, terminate it. Launch it again. Do it. Like, actually do it, dude. Wow, it's almost like I have to freaking launch it twice. Chris Forge, you're so jank. Don't tell me I have to do it again. So what happened the first time is I launched the profile and it doesn't actually load the launcher. Now I close it, I launch it again, and it will open the launcher, but the launcher won't actually load. So I'll close it again and launch it again, and then it will open the launcher and the launcher will load. And then I can do it. That didn't actually happen this time. But, you know, sometimes that can happen. And that's just really dumb. And soon, oh soon, it will load the game. Like, please? Can that green bar move just like ever so slightly faster? It can't. Oh my gosh, it kicked its ass into gear. Let's go. That game crashed. Damn it. Oh, yeah, it's missing, uh-huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Whoopsies. I forgot, this right here. Uh, item dot class. Don't worry about it. Okay, so now we'll actually be able to test it and see if it works after it builds, which it probably won't. Well, no, it will. It'll build. We'll be fine. It'll just take like 30 seconds. I was pretty dang close. It's the small things. You gotta find entertainment in the small things when this is happening. Can you? Yes, please send this crash report to Mojang. Let them know. Let them know that I'm an idiot. I did not actually send the crash report. I'm not actually doing that. It crashed again. Dang it. Why did you crash again? Error syncing field spell distribution. Wait, why? You good? What do you mean? How is there a problem? Caused by null pointer exception. Oh. Probably because this is like this. Wow, who would have thought it? Spellists. I knew that. I knew that. I am 10 out of 10. Good shit. I promise, this time, we'll actually get to the title screen. I promise. Yeah, send that crash report too. Yeah, we can unwide it. We made the title screen. I was right. And now. Actually, no, the game won't crash on world load. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. So this has armor effectiveness, right? Okay. They provide 13 locational armor, that's fine, whatever. What I want to verify is this guy, who's going to be doing bludgeoning damage, is going to... It's actually going to do something different, right? So, like, this is going to do more bludgeoning damage, and this should... Or, sorry. I should take less bludgeoning damage with this, and more bludgeoning damage with this. Now, I should still take... Right, so, like, the amount of bludgeoning damage it deals to me is, like, 4.5. Right, so... That is our baseline. And now this one has less bludgeoning effectiveness, so if I get hit in the head, probably. Good. I can type. No. I'm sorry, dude. You don't just do this. I'm gonna just... Don't do this. Don't come advertising this stuff, bruh. Oh, yeah, there we go. No, don't do that. There we go, now we can actually see my hearts. Now, if you could... I did take 2.57 damage. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. And then this, I should take less. How much less? It doesn't matter, I just take less. That hit me in my arm. That hit me in my other arm. Why are you trying to destroy me? Head. How'd you hit me in the... Why you also do 2.57 damage? Wait, what? 2.57 damage in the head. No, 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 nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, nah, nah. One should be 2.5, one should be... Yeah, so this is 2.5, and then this one should be 1.5? Wait, it's setting 2.5 for, like, everything. Wait, what? Okay, 1.5 there. And I take 2.57. And then this one, it's like the exact same amount. Oh wait, I know why it's the exact same amount. Because... it doesn't tell me that it's actually doing that. Right. Yeah. Nah. Okay, it's not actually... Well, it might be, but, like, it's not doing the, whatever it is. It's not actually doing the mixin. The mixin's not being applied. That's fine. That means that, fundamentally, nothing is broken, sort of, kind of, I don't know. Where is... I don't have a staff, okay. And now for my next trick, I probably crashed the game. Sure, I could put this on this, right? Okay. Or it doesn't do anything. Where are you going? What? Where are you going? Uh-huh. Alright, whatever. Well, that's not correct. Which means that didn't get applied. But why did that not get applied? And just to confirm, the Compat electro blobs, this thing is set to true. Okay. Okay, so this is not being applied, which means, well, for starters, this part should be true. I don't know if this is true. That's the thing. I would know if this get capability is done and this doesn't output, then this is returning null, which it shouldn't. I mean, we fundamentally didn't get a problem with casting. That worked out fine. We didn't get a class cast exception, so this actually did work, which means either it was null or something else happened. It was probably null, right? That's really the only thing that could have happened. Well, I guess it could have maybe not have been null, and then still returned the wrong resource location. Except for the fact that if that were the case, this would have returned null. And if it returned null, then we would have gotten a null pointer here. So literally, we know for a fact that this is not working. Which is lovely, because I'd like to know why. So I'm gonna actually debug lib here. Output format debug. Minion class is going to be, oops, right? And we're gonna do nd.getClass.getName. Get simple name. As given source code, yeah. Get simple name. Then debug lib.output formatted the superclass dot get class dot get superclass dot get simple name. Because I'm under the assumption that that don't work. There might be another way to do this, in theory, and that is to inject into the config during startup, which is probably a better way of doing this actually. Inject into the config if it's present in the config. If it's not present in the config, inject the minion thing with the super. Which means I wouldn't actually need a distributor, which again, probably better. But for now, I need to verify this. It would require me to get like a type hierarchy of like I summoned creature, which I don't even know if I can do that. Can I even do that? Get declared classes. Returns an array of class objects reflecting all the classes and interfaces declared as members of the class represented by this class object. This includes polar default package access and private classes and interfaces declared by the class, but excludes. Oh, that's for like nested classes. I don't know why this thing stopped, by the way, but it did. And that's cool. You like that for it. Sure, I'm gonna play this. Whatever. It's different. But it's fine. I'm gonna turn this down a touch. Okay. Now I can't get the list of subclasses, but this thing, this entity list, right? Entity registry. What if I just iterate over the entire entity registry? Use only for creating a new instance in entity spawn handler. Use new instance world instead. I don't know, but that doesn't even make sense. Register, registered. This is private, right? Yeah. Look up this, look up this. Look up mod spawn. Wait, what do you even? Oh, that's for the ID. Get entry. Wait, where is the get key thing on this? This is a nested class for this. Oh wait, because that's on the entity list. Right. Get key, get translation name, get class from ID, get class from name, get ID, get class. I could iterate over all the classes, filtering out. Wait, did I do that? Did I not do that for Spartan? Yeah, I iterate over all the items, and then for each one I like do that, right? So I could do the same thing. I could iterate over all the entities, filter out I summoned creature.class. Well, I wouldn't really be able to necessarily do it like that, because this is filtering for a certain class and then it casts it. Right, and we don't want that. But yeah, I could basically do something like that. That being said, I still need to be able to establish this connection. And also fix my item mixin. Why is my item mixin not working? Get attribute dot get name. That should be it, right? Giving it a modifier, it should, or is it getting this name? No, it should be getting this name. It should, the name should be this, right? The get name. Share monster attributes, this ranged attribute. Extends base attribute. Get name returns the translation key, which is the unlocalized name in, which is going to be the unlocalized name in, which is going to be generic.armor. So that's gonna get the right thing. So this is going to get the attribute and then the attribute name. This is going to get generic.armor. And then we're going to compare and set. Now, if it didn't find anything to mix in, it would have complained, right? It would have like crashed. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I'm pretty good. Thank you for the raid, Nishlam. Is this mix-in correct? I feel like it's it's not working. I'm sorry to hear that. Because this looks right. Get the attribute modifiers. This is the attribute name. I should be able to get this from the attribute map. Check if it equals, if it has the same UUID. And then put it into this map, right? And that's all I want to do, right? I just want to put it into this map here. Please. No here yet. I get you. I guess I could. Something's broken. Unless this is empty. No, because I do just stack.get attribute modifiers. Oh, wait. Is my problem that I don't specify the slot? Wait, no, I have to specify the slot. It says so in here, wherever it is. First aid integration. Yeah, adds an attribute modifier for the slot here. I'm web dev trying to find a job in a different way. LinkedIn doesn't work anymore. I'm trying to talk to other devs on different platforms to try and get at least one interview. Oh. That's why I can train my English. I'll get to know the world of programming outside of Brazil. Very interesting, very interesting. I mean, I don't have a any sort of interviews that I can give you, if that's what you're looking for. But like, unfortunately, I don't have anything that I can provide you because I don't have those connections really. Just because of the way I do things, it's slightly different. But it's a very interesting approach. So, unless I wrote my mixin wrong, I don't think I wrote my mixin wrong. My mixin looks right. What about it doesn't work? Because I don't get this. Since I don't get that, I know that it's not actually setting this. Let me just talk about it, lol. But in the source code, it looks right. Right? In the source code, it calls this get attribute modifiers. That's what I see anyway. Like, if it just called the other one, then... Well, then I just mix into the other one. It doesn't even really... Well, then I don't have the stack. Oh, I can see that could be kind of a problem. Because I'm pretty sure wherever Forge starts here... That's Forge end. Where's Forge start, my man? There, here. Okay, no, it does call the slot stack function. That's what I thought, right? So then my mixin is broken because I'm bad? I figured this is the attribute name because this actually gets the I attribute, and then this gets the name of it. So that should be like generic.armor or generic.armor toughness. And then from this, which is the attribute modifiers on the stack, get the attribute modifier, like filter out basically anything that doesn't match this UUID. Find the first one and then put it in the original. And then that should increase the size of the map. It should increase the size of the multi-map. No, it doesn't. Wait, when you say increase the size of the multi-map, what do you mean? Do you mean you increase the size of the set, or do you mean you actually like added a new key to the map? Probably just key count, which would already exist. So this would be false. So it wouldn't actually do that. Huh. Okay. Then I just have to make this a little bit more involved. So this, we put that there, right? And then since it's not null, I can return true. And then that can go here. Whoops. Yeah, that actually still worked. Oh wait, sorry, this is here. What do you mean? What do you mean problem with the semicolon? What are you going on about? That maps to that. I guess I need this. Yes, I do. Okay. Better. If we get here, then we return true, because this doesn't necessarily change the size of this. But if I do this put, then I know I have added the item attribute modifiers. And then okay, then we'll check that. If this message doesn't appear in the console, then I know that this isn't happening. Which means this isn't happening. If this message does appear in the console, then this is working, but it's not doing anything. Which is worse. I don't want that. I would really not want that. Because then it's like super broken. Let's check it though. This will at least eliminate the idea of my coding being bad. I feel like I'm not going to see the message. Because I've messed something up. And if that's the case, I'm just going to rewrite that entire section to be different. So that I can insert more debug statements. Let's see. Can we get this to work? There's two things I need to test here. Thing number one. We'll test that after, because that could break things, and that would be very bad. And we don't want that. So you have the extra bludgeoning, so we'll do you. And then you hit me in the arm. Good. And the other arm. Well, that was a leg. How are you hitting my legs, dude? Okay, that was head. It says 2.57. I don't see the message. I see where it removes some modifiers, I see where it, like, adds some modifiers and stuff, but I don't see that other message. So cool. I know what I'm doing. That's excellent. And then you. Why are you... Okay, whatever, dude. I don't care. It says you have no resistances. I don't know why you are on a chicken. Oh wait, but this should... Wait, should this say what the classes and stuff? Wait, it didn't. It didn't! Dude, you're supposed to... Okay. Please, can you get out of my life? Okay. Sure. You'll just miss every hazard, whatever. Just get out of here. Bruh. Okay. Oh my gosh, you're gonna take forever. Yes! It was worth it. Because now it's dead. I'll have to wait for it. Alright. Nonsense aside. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Which means this message isn't appearing. But why is this message not appearing? This is default true, right? Yeah, it's default true. What the heck are you going on? I'm gonna do things differently. Alright. First up, why is this not working? We're gonna rewrite this whole thing. Because it's not worth it. Keep this, though. And keep that. So, let's just iterate for loop. Armor whatever. We iterate over each one. And then what we do is we need to now get attribute modifiers. Yeah, we have this multi-map already. Dot get attribute dot get name, and then I'm gonna make sure that I have this right. Then I'm going to get the attribute modifier from this. Get attribute name. This is a set. Well, it's a collection, excuse me. Then modifier dot modifiers probably is better. You know what? Better idea. In this thing. Now we have attribute modifier. What are you complaining about? You're not used. Okay, whatever. No one cares. Then we can check if the modifier .getID, which is a UUID, if that is the armor mod whoops, get UUID, which it should be, right? Because this thing, it adds an attribute modifier by taking the modifier's UUID. So it should have the same UUID. And then this is the name of the attribute modifier. This is the name of the attribute modifier, and then this is the attribute modifier that it's altering. Because that's just the name of the attribute modifier, which is whatever. And then that's that. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for coming by. See ya. So if it equals, and then add this. Go original dot put the attribute name and the modifier. That's what we want to do, right? I'm actually going to leave this here for now, too. Because now, if I don't see this at all, then this Mixin just isn't firing. Which is really weird. I should see it. Now, you straight up how do I do it with Spartan? I do it in post in it. Okay. I guess I want this get entries dot for each. And now I have the resource location, so that's useful. And then I need entry dot get value dot get ND class. This is the current class. Is this the one? Current the class or interface is either same as or is a superclass or super interface of. Turns it yeah, that's for an object. I need it for a class. Okay, so is assignable from this is probably what I want. By an identity conversion or by a widening reference conversion. Yeah. If I summoned creature.class.is assignable from, determine if the class or interface represented by this class object is either the same as or is a superclass or super interface of. No. How do you do this? iWeapon property container.class. This iterators.filter instance of. Returns a predicate that evaluates to true if the object. Right, but I don't have an object. I don't have an object, that's the difference. I have a class. And I want to determine if this class is an interface. Or sorry, I want to determine if this class represent the use types represents the use of types to specify super interfaces of the entity represented by this class object. The use of type foo is to specify a super interface in implements foo is distinct from the declaration of type foo. What the heck? Enclosing method, I want directly implemented by this class or interface represented by this object. Oh my gosh. Determines the interfaces implemented by the class or interface represented by this object. If the object represents a class, the return value is an array containing objects representing all interfaces implemented by the class. The order of the interface objects in the array corresponds to the order of the interface names in the implements clause of the declaration of the class represented by this object. If this object is interface, this array contains objects representing all the interfaces extended by this. Yeah. Aha. What about generic? Directly implemented. If a super interface is a parameterized type, this object represents a class. The return value is an array containing objects representing all interfaces implemented by the class. The order of the interface names in the implements clause return that order represents a class or interface implements no interfaces. But like, what if it extends something that implements something and then I don't know, we'll see. Get interfaces. Now this is an array. And then this is assignable from. Is that the same as or superclass or super interface of the class or interface represented by the specified class parameter? It returns true. It returns true if so. Otherwise, returns false. If this class object represents a primitive type, yeah, we'll care about that. Specifically, this method tests whether the type represented by the specified class parameter can be converted to the type represented by this class object via an identity conversion or via a widening reference conversion. Ooh, yeah. I could probably do this too. Maybe, right? I don't know. The entity class. I guess this is question mark extends entity. That's fine. Extends. Then put this here. That is not how you spell that. Okay, so that right. That's that. And now that means it has ISON creature as an interface. Because I can assign it to an ISON creature. Okay. Now do no, I probably want debug lib, right? Let's just see if we can do this. Entity class dot get simple name. And then the idea is if entity class dot get superclass, right? And then what I want to check here is if the superclass. Well, I kind of really just want to know what it says to superclasses. And the superclass dot get superclass dot get simple name. And for now, we're just gonna do that. The idea being, I want to know if I can figure out, like, if I can get, like, zombie minion, silverfish minion, spider minion, all that other stuff here, and then if I can get, like, spider, zombie, silverfish, and all that stuff here, then we're cooking. Then I can throw the stuff in the config. Probably. Assuming that this predicate holds up, which I think it does? I don't know. This is getting fancy. Okay. let's check this out. I really have to pay attention on posting it. On posting it, it should hopefully spit out a couple things that are useful. And if it doesn't, I literally don't know what to do. Are you good? Yeah, you're good. Uh-huh. You didn't spit anything out. Why, dude? Why? Any class that gets superclass dot gets simple name, and then is assignable from. Do that. We'll try that. This is just kind of throwing everything out here, which is interesting. But I don't know if that's actually gonna work. So while that's going, we're going to check this. Right, I'm still gonna need this. That still didn't hit me in the head. Come on. Get me in the head, bro. Yeah, just destroy everything else. Hello? Bro! Hello, Schmizmeets. Welcome. Finally, oh my gosh. So, 2.57. What did I... It's not... It's not working. I messed something up here. How did I mess this up? I messed up something super obvious. Did I mess up something obvious? I don't know. So, surely surely I remembered to register the Mixin, right? Yeah, I did. I have the Mixin there. I didn't mess up that one. Uh-huh. Okay. Huh. Now that's fascinating. It's not getting called. But it calls this. It calls the slot and stack version, and it's not calling this. I have to have messed up the declaration of this mixin somehow. Somehow. Like there's no way. There's no other way, right? Because inherently, if the stack is not empty, which is not, latest log would tell you if you've done an oopsie. You know what? That's a good point. Let's look at the latest log. Can search modify return value. Okay. Modify. I can't spell. Modify return value. Cannot find text modify return value in entire file. Huh. I think I goofed. Wait, what's the second parameter in my header? I have entity equipment slot and item stack. Oh my gosh. I forgot that. I didn't at local any of this. But I think really what was the problem is I missed the slash. I have to at local both of these. After is always one input, one output, same class. Oh, local arc only is true. Right, okay. Really? Because I'm looking at socketed, and the mix-in for socketed doesn't. But then again, it might be using something else. Because it says for modify return value, your handler method receives the value about to be returned, optionally followed by the enclosing method's parameters, and should return the adjusted value. I think genuinely my problem is that I missed the slash. I mistyped it. I always let IntelliJ autocomplete does. Yeah, I use Eclipse for modding DDD, so I don't have that luxury. Lnet Minecraft inventory entity equipment slot semicolon. Yes, this will refer to entity equipment slot. That's fine. Lnet Minecraft item stack. Those seem right. Lcom Google Common Collect Multimap. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's good. That's good. And you just say method equals get attribute modifiers. I thought you need to specify the arguments for the item for the method name. Like I thought you need to provide the full signature if there's overloading. Well, in this case, there actually is overloading, right? Because there's a stack version, then there's an equipment slot version. There isn't. Okay, item attribute modifier. No way, really? Ah, you're right. Hmm. Alright, well, we'll see this. If this works, great. We'll just leave it. If not, I'll get rid of the arguments and see what it says. Okay. So a couple things should happen here. It should, in posting it, the Electroblobs integration should spit out every entity, its class, and its superclass. And it should also spit out a couple of other things as well. Like if it's assignable from I summoned creature. Which is probably going to be false, but I don't know. So my console's about to get absolutely bombarded. But that's fine. This should at least allow me to identify everything. And any moment now. Yes? No? Bless you? I might be stupid. There is a non-zero chance that I'm stupid. Well, while we're here, now that I actually have this, me too, me too, yup. I might have missed a very important step. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Let's make sure that we're scrolled down to the bottom. You hit me in the arm because you're funny. And the foot. And dude. This is the worst way to test. There's a better way. How did you? Okay. You shot me in the body again. Oh my gosh. So dumb. I should just have a chest plate on as well. Really? Yeah, no, it's still not showing up. Okay. Well, probably should have used that one. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's ball. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. So I can just boop. Do I need to add remap equals false? That's what Socketed has. I don't know what this does. It's force function, so yeah, probably. Oh, okay, okay. So let's try that. Need to remap if it's an MC function or field. Oh, but I don't need to remap if it's not. Because it defaults to false, right? Yeah, it defaults to false. Okay. Yeah, because it is a forge thing. Alright, I see, I see. Now here. So if it was actually func 1, 2, yeah, right. Ah, yes, look at how smart I am. I think it's EB Wizard, Electro Wizardry integration. I'm a genius. Good for me. I'm very glad that all my testing did absolutely nothing because I didn't even register it. My lord. All right. We're gonna maybe save some of my console spam by now just doing this. So now I should be able to see if the minion is assignable from iSummon creature, and then throw out the simple names of the class and the superclass, and then we'll go from there. Wow. What a concept. Good to know that I basically wasted 2.5 hours on most of this because I didn't register this and I didn't not remap the other thing. So good for me. Well, that's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It'll just work. Now it'll just work, right? It'll be fine. We hope. We hope. The console has nothing to say for now, and then it says a whole bunch of other random nonsense. Talks about Lycanites mobs, blah blah blah. It's good for it. Talks about a bunch of multi-models it can't find for Tinkers. That's fine, whatever. And then we eventually get to posting it, which is like shortly after this. Oh wait, shortly after this. Yes, dude, we got stuff. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. Okay, so it actually straight up listed like entity zombie minion, and the superclass is entity zombie, and then entity husk minion, and the superclass is entity zombie minion. I'm so pissed. Entity skeleton minion is abstract skeleton, which is not an actual skeleton. The music stopped. Play this one. Sure, whatever. All skeleton entities are abstract skeleton. Yes, that is true. But this skeleton, this summon skeleton, I guess it really depends. So this skeleton, if I summon the skeleton in the nether or whatever, will it be summoned as a wither skeleton or will it be summoned as a regular skeleton always? Because if it's always summoned as a regular skeleton, then I need to take the ID for regular skeleton. Which then makes me wonder why it doesn't just extend regular skeleton. But oh wait, there's a stray right underneath it. I'm blind. And a wither skeleton. Right. Right. Wait, but the wither skeleton extends wither skeleton. And the stray extends the skeleton minion. And the skeleton minion extends abstract skeleton. Why? Just why? Okay. You know, I don't know. We'll figure that out. We will figure that out. Fundamentally, we got the information that we needed, and now I should be able to insert, at the very least, things like zombie minions, silverfish minions, cave spider minions, and all that stuff. All of that should be easy. Things like skeletons are going to be a little tricky. Because, well, it might be. It also might not be. I'm not too sure. I'm going to have to look at that. And now, no, don't minimize that. What are you doing? Now Shoot me in the head, but don't kill me, dang it. Alright, whatever. We go in here, we go in here, we go in here, that gets shot. It literally doesn't. Why? Did I have armor on? Pretty sure I did, but you know what? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I took it off. Let's do this one. Just in case. Shoot me. I'm pretty sure I did have armor on, but now I'm going to check with this. Okay, so definitely know that I have armor on. It specifies this, and... like, it adds the attribute modifiers, but the mixin is not happening. Huh. Can you send me the mixin file? Like my mixins.json, or like... the mixin item? Oh. Yeah, sure. I'm literally just gonna copy paste this, because I don't feel like finding the actual file. Oops. This is, in theory, what I'm doing, which I think works fine, but... at the very least, it should fire that last debug, but it's not. I'm not seeing that debug. Which means the mixin just straight up isn't happening. It still can't find modify return value. I definitely 100% have messed something up with the declaration of this mixin. For sure, without a doubt. And it's probably something super minor, super small, something that I just didn't do. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily with the mixin itself, but it's just not working. Well, while we think of that, this is something we can look at. So basically what I want to do here, one thing I definitely want to do, IntelliJ doesn't complain. I'll see if it runs on my side. All right. there might be something in like my Mixin setup or whatever that I have not enabled or done correctly. So and what I want to do here is I want to do while. I guess I could actually make this a do while. It kind of makes a little bit more sense. And then I need to. I guess I don't need it to be. I guess this can just be class. I guess this could just be a wild card. It doesn't really matter that much. We can do this. Entity superclass equals entity superclass dot get superclass. Why do you extend an interface? In this? I'm not extending an interface. I'm extending an implementation. This is actually a class that implements the interface. No worries. I wouldn't even be able to. I would get like a compilation error. It just like straight up wouldn't allow me. So now here we're gonna keep going up, getting a superclass until it's not assignable from entity superclass. And then we have the highest class, right? All right, the mixer runs on my side with empty body, just a log. Yeah, so I have messed up something in my Mixin setup or whatever. Straight up. I don't think anything here is wrong. But this... Actually, let me check something. This is an invoker. This is not mixin extras, okay. These are not mixin extras. That's not mixin extra either. Did I initialize mixin extras? That's what I'm thinking I didn't do. Yeah, because this is the only thing that uses mixin extras. So, I guess I need to initialize mixin extras or something? Wait, Soccer didn't do that either. But other mods do. Well, I'm going to... anyway. Because I probably didn't... I probably need to do that. Right, because if it's initialized, it just returns. So it doesn't even matter. Oh, I don't have that source. Whatever, who cares? So if it's already initialized, like, it literally doesn't hurt to add this line. Yeah, Fermium Booter does it. Does Socketed use Fermium Booter? Because if it does, then that explains it, right? Yeah, multiple inits just don't get called. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I knew it was something like that. I was just missing one little thing. One little thing that needs to be enabled, initialized, toggled. I knew that had to be it. Socket doesn't, but usually when we test, we have other mods that do use Fermium Booter. So Socketed doesn't use... Like, Fermium's always in testing mods folder. That's fair. But it's interesting that Socketed doesn't initialize mixin extras, but it doesn't have a problem. Yeah. That's fair. Either way. Actually, wait, hold on. I only want to do this. I just see we do use Fermium Booter for no reason at all. Oh. That's fair. I only want to do this if it's actually assignable from. So I actually do need... This is... I need to put this in here. Whoops. Class dot is assignable from the entity class. Then, if that's the case, then we do this. And then we basically do this. Like, all the mixins are vanilla, but we have Fermium Booter dependency anyway. Literally just to avoid this exact problem. If I recall correctly, that's actually me having been lazy at some point. Well, it worked out, right? Well, I summoned creature.class.is assignable from entity superclass. What do you mean? That's what you mean. So if it's assignable here, then we're going to set up the superclass to just be this, get the superclass. If the superclass is assignable, then we need to get the other superclass. We need to go up the class hierarchy until we hit the first class that's not an iSummoned creature implementation. And that should represent the base mob. Now, if the base mob exists in the entity registry, then we link them together. I don't need this bit anymore. Also, we 100% if mod config dot compat dot I can't spell dot minions mimic mob resistances. If that, then this. Yeah, just do that. I thought about just putting a guard and then not wrapping that in an if, but whatever. I think that's fine. It's not a big deal. Now, it should give me the different classes. So now Husk should give me zombie. Wait, that's not right. Oh my gosh. Doesn't even work. Because Husk extends zombie minion. Which means Husk minions would just copy regular zombie resistances. They would not copy Husk resistances. And there is no correlation, no connection between Husk minions and Husks. There's no connection whatsoever. That sucks. Which means this entire thing can't work. Which is great. And you add custom overrides via config. Yeah, so that's basically what I was thinking, is that instead of this being a toggle that you enable to true, it's instead a list where you go, oh, zombie minions should copy zombie resistances, Husk minions should copy Husk resistances, and so on and so forth. That is the brain dead approach that like works for sure. There's no way it doesn't work because the end user specifies the connections itself, but I was hoping that I could make that connection myself without having to have the end user specify it. But it looks like that's just not going to be possible. Which is a massive tragedy. But at the same time, this is technically maximum flexibility. Maybe this can be default approach and overrides only for the stupid variants. I guess. But looking at this list, you have zombie, which is entity zombie. Like, zombie minion is entity zombie. That's fine. Husk minion is zombie minion, which is therefore entity zombie, so that doesn't work. Skeleton minion is abstract skeleton, which is not specifically skeleton, so that's tricky, right? Stray is skeleton minion, which runs into the same problem. Spider minion is Cave Spider, that's fine. Blaze minion is Blaze, that's fine. Wither Skeleton minion is Wither Skeleton, that's fine. Silverfish is Silverfish. Vex is Vex. Ice Wraith is Blaze minion, so that's just not gonna work, because it's gonna think the Ice Wraith is a Blaze minion and then give it Blaze resistances. Same with Lightning Wraith. Phoenix is its own thing, so that wouldn't get caught into it. Ice Giant would copy Iron Golem resistances. Spectral Golem will copy Iron Golem resistances. That's no good. Magic Slime will copy Slime resistances. That I don't really know. And so fundamentally, at the end of the day, it just doesn't end up being super viable. Because it's hard to tell like what things should work and what things shouldn't work. And yeah, this works because it would kind of give you default behavior for all the expansion packs for Electroblob's Wizardry. But it might just be better to say, hey, you gotta specify it. Right, you specify the connections that make sense, and then the connections that you don't care about, you don't have to specify. It's a similar thing with Lycanites. Lycanites has a similar thing that I just can't really work around. Not this one. Right, because Lycanites needs to specify the mob projectiles of like, you know, acid splashes are shot by Zaphins and aether waves by sylphs and all this other stuff. It has to be specified for minions because minions, it's like hard to tell. So it has to have that. When mobs are summoned as minions, they use different damage sources instead of their projectiles. It lets you set mobs' damage distributions to the projectile they fire when they are minions instead of setting that mob's damage distribution to the same thing as the projectile manually. You don't need to use this. You can just set the mob's damage distribution yourself. This is provided for convenience. You only really need to include mobs that are able to be summoned, blah, 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 blah. Alright, so this is just a convenience thing, similar to Electroblob's, similar to what would be going with Electroblob's Wizardry. But Electroblob's Wizardry would be kind of different. I, your copy the config entry of specified entity and use it as their own. You technically don't need this. You can specify the mob resistances for each minion in the mob resistances section. This is just to save some obvious copy. I can't spell obvious. Just to make sure that mention that adaptability is included there. Format is, what is this thing? Is the namespace ID of the minion. Is added by add-ons. We'll need the full. I should also say and now I don't know the actual ID, so I need to launch that and figure that out. Because I'm just getting the class names, I'm not getting the entity IDs when I do this, so. I'm just gonna pop in real quick, grab the zombie. I'll deal with the others later. But right now I just have a baseline thing to make sure it works. Okay. A rain black hole blaze minion. Right, so what, like zombie minion? Okay. Wait. Why are you... Wait a second. What is this? I mean, that works, but it doesn't work for everything, right? So I can't rely on it. But zombie minion is the correct thing. Zombie underscore minion, okay. I actually don't need to specify this. Minion, and then Minecraft zombie. And then this is when it should read its config, right? Are you good? Yeah, you are. This don't need. And this distributor, I don't need either. And I don't need that either. And now, I don't really need a config reader to read this. Right? I didn't have a config reader that read this, right? I did. And then that gets enqueued. Okay. I didn't think it was used, though. But I guess it is. Oh, yeah. Because that goes there? Yeah, it really does that. Okay. Fascinating. I guess this is an eye damage distribution one. I just want to put that so I know. And then whatever this is, because it would have to go to its own configuration, which means what is this even? It's a string, right? And then I need a special configurator. Where is this? Like, it's just its own thing. Okay. I don't know what I should be extending here. Oh, I'm just implementing it straight up. Okay. I can't do that, actually. This needs to extend because this thing takes a multi-entry configurator. I think I just want it as string. I guess I want this one. Yeah, okay. do that. Put that like that, and then I have that set up. And now this can return, or this can take, that's not gonna work, right? Yeah. Because it's just gonna parse it as a string, and then... Yeah, I mean, I might not even need that, to be honest. It might not use it, I don't know. Read entry. Yeah, because it doesn't even need to, because it just reads it, returns that, and then it puts it like that. So, honestly, this can just be null, probably. But now it's ambiguous. Cast it to... you know what? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Now, the config regex, or configure utilities, it doesn't have a filter for it, which is fine. I probably want to change this to be, instead of if it contains a semicolon, because this is gonna split it, right? Like, damage distribution configurator is this, where it parses the mapping. Where's the read entry on this map parsing configurator? Yeah, it splits it here, right? So you have the whole thing. So then, really what we need for this thing is if it starts with... Oh, wait, but what if on the instance where it doesn't? Well, it is a multi-entry configurator. what if this doesn't contain... Yeah, if it doesn't start with it, then it should add it. Okay, what do I have here? Okay, yeah, okay, fine, this. What do I have here? On 2 of them, right? You do this on numeric entry configurator. Which still has a semicolon. If s.split on this indexed at 0, so that we check the first thing, because that's what we need to check. Then we have the delegate read it. Otherwise, we read it normally. That's better. And we split on this. And then if r.length is not 2, then we throw... What types do I have for this? No. This. What type do I have for this? Config invalid, config malformed. Config parsing and generic configurator exception. I want to know which one's the appropriate one to throw here. Config invalid. Valid exception. Just that get name. And then the entry. Right. Oops. Right, that's not it. I can add another check here, actually. If, r indexed at 1 dot contains this, but doesn't, actually. Config malformed. Oh, not config malformed. That's not the right one. And that's not it either. I probably want generic config reader exception. Right, I need to string.format this. And then pass in our index at 1. That's about all the config validation I can think that I could add to this thing. If the entity doesn't exist, that's not on anyone. That's not on me. And this occurs when configuration is red, which means fundamentally, yeah, I'm wrapping this in this. It's a little weird, but it's fine. Technically, you could argue that, whoops, I didn't want to do that. Technically, you could argue that this should allow the wrapping of it, but it's fine. It's fine. We're not going to touch it because it works. And then in post in it, this is where we're going to do it. Isn't there a get all? What do you mean? I put a iterator on this thing. Are you serious, bro? I really did that. Extend iterable. What am I iterating over? You can iterate over it like this. Or maybe we have like a little separate special class for it. This is where I would use records, but whatever. Or wait, Alt S. I did not want to press that, whatever. R. There we go. Oh, select getters. Because this should be final. And this should be... Because everything here should be public, so that should inherently be public, so I'm fine. Right. Did I even import it? Dude, import it. Yeah, somehow I self-import it. That's cool. Now can I extend tuple? Because if I can extend tuple, then that's fine. I can extend tuple. Look at that. Switch this. Can I link tuple get first? Yes, I can. Okay, so this now extends iterable. Now, iterable has one thing, basically, just an iterator. Now, I would love to have the default implementation for it here, but I can't. So I need to go to the implementation of this, which I guess is probably this, because the projectile configuration extends the distribution configuration, which is just that, which is fine. So that's a non-issue. And that finished. Whatever, we'll just go to here. So now I need... I just need to go to the base configuration, right? Because everything extends the base configuration, basically. Iterator. Actually, this should not be static. Yeah, let's go. Get me a constructor. This can just be like package private, that's fine. Uh, super dot, no. This dot, shouldn't it be able to reference, oh, wait. I know what I need to do. DDD base configuration dot this dot map dot keyset dot iterator. What's your problem? It's never used locally. I'm well aware. That's fine. This needs to be this dot keys dot net. Not quite. And then we put the key there, and then we do DDD base configuration dot this dot get for the key. Change to T. Beautiful. Return this dot new configuration iterator. I think I need to do that. Yeah. Okay. It's non-static nested classes are a little weird, but it works. You basically just iterate over the key set and then construct a config entry with this to allow us to iterate over it without having to necessarily do a complex, like, iterate over the map kind of thing. It's weird, but it works. Dot for each. And now we can iterate over each one. And we have the key and we have the value. So we want to do, in fact, I don't even need this like this. This is actually pretty easy. I need DDD configurations dot mob resists dot. Yeah, because anything specified here will straight up override everything. Or do I want to... No, only copy the resistances if and only if they don't have an entry in the mob resistances config already. If they already there, then don't even bother, because we're assuming that intentional entries are supposed to overwrite it. That way, technically it'd be a little messy, but that way, if they specify this, then what'll happen is they don't have to necessarily go here and remove it. Like, yes, technically that would be ideal, but just a little bit of ease of use. They don't have to remove it from here if they want to, like, specify zombie minion resistances on their own, right? Which means now I actually do need this, because I need if not DDD configurations dot mob resist dot configured entry dot get key. Oh wait, if it's not configured, right, if it's configured, return. Otherwise, put entry dot get key, and then the mob resistance category is going to be DDD configurations dot mob resists dot get or fall back to default. entry dot get value. Sure, the Eclipse suggestions has no idea what it's talking about. And now the Spartan weaponry thing. Does this debug? It does debug. I guess I could do debug lib probably. Minion %s copied resistances of %s. And then this is entry dot get key, entry dot get value. There we go, look at that. Which also means what am I typing here? Oh my gosh. If mob ID is not in the config, yeah, we'll go like that. Minion %s copied resistances of %s, do that. And then now it should copy all that. And this only applies to the minions that normally would make sense. I.e. cave spiders, skeletons, strays, the whole thing. Also, now I actually get to check the Mixin extras thing, which is probably pretty good. Take you over, wait, no. First, get rid of you, then copy you over here. Boop, boop. There we go. Okay. Good. I think the best way that Electroblobs could have done this, in theory, is they create a listener for, like, Maybe it wouldn't have worked, I don't know. But they create a listener on attached capabilities, and then they basically fire another attached capabilities, but for like whatever minion that thing represents. The game crash, cool. Whatever mob that minion represents gets the result of that, and then just like adds it on. But at the same time, that kind of limits flexibility in some cases. What if you don't want the zombie to have the same capabilities as the regular zombie? I don't know. Why did this crash, by the way? Oh. Oh. So the mix-in works, right? The mix-in works. Problem, I get a Stack Overflow. That's hilarious. Modifier return value, get attribute modifiers, item stack, funk. Okay, I see. Item stack, there's something going on here on item stack. Where is item stack? That's not what I want. That's not what I want, and that's not what I want, and neither is that. Let's find item stack. Let's go here. We have to go to line like 900 something. Right here, right? This is where you're talking 998. Really? It might be this. Yeah, it's this. It's this. This is what it's talking about. Because it calls itself. Okay. Well, that's a thing. Oh, easy. Easy. We need to change to delegate to like not change anything if this condition. Hey, it's not a good day. Oh no. Wait, for you or for me? I'm terribly sorry if it's not a good day for you. Add another guard here. If stack dot has tag compound. Happy birthday and you have a cold. I'm so sorry to hear that. Wait, your birthday or just a birthday you have to go to? If it's your birthday, that is tragic, and I know that pain very well. If it's a birthday you have to go to, I also know that too. Your birthday, well, I'm really sorry to hear that you have a cold on your birthday. That is tragic. Also, happy birthday, obviously. And I hope you get better, because it's never fun being sick on your birthday. I've been sick on other people's birthdays, and it's not nearly as bad, but like, it's bad because I can't celebrate, because it's just I'm sick. But I can only imagine how much more upsetting it is to be sick on your birthday. My friend baked a cake for me. He's never done this before. Well, hopefully you can enjoy a little bit of the cake, right? Try not to eat too much of it, but I think you deserve to at least have a bit of it if you can manage it. Cake is delicious. Well, that's good. it you'd best enjoy the cake. Um because, it's the small things, right? And I'm glad they made a cake for you. I'm glad it's good. I mean, if it wasn't good, it'd be unfortunate, but at the very least it's good, right? I want this. So, if the stack has a tag compound, if it either doesn't have a tag compound or we don't have an attribute modifier key, then we return original. Oh shoot. This dot maybe I should stack dot get tag compound. There you go. And this is nbt const dot compound tag ID, which should be 9. Oh. Wait. Tag list is 9. Right, let's do this right. List tag ID. Just so that is fine. Okay, so if it doesn't have a compound tag, or it doesn't have an attribute modifiers tag, then there's no way that any of this is even applicable for starters. So don't do it. Do not do. Because otherwise we get a whatever. I'm curious, does socketed do the same thing? Oh, wait, it doesn't need to do the same thing because it's not calling get attribute modifiers on the stack. Right. Right. This all makes sense. And then you wait for that. Okay, that finished. Throw this over here. Run this. Yes, please send this crash report to Mojang. Let them know that for the 3rd time today, I have been an idiot. Well, more like for the 3rd time today, I didn't have the foresight. Now, I want to see... Wait, that was for... Yeah, okay. That's for Spartan Weaponry. And then Minion, EB Wizardry, Zombie Minion, copied resistances of Minecraft, Zombie. Let's go! I got too excited for that. That wasn't really that exciting. It's not like I did something really remarkable. I just read a list and then... For a moment, I thought that was a lot more impressive than it actually was. Whoops. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. It's all good. So... the zombie spawns are going to have the same resistances. This is a known fact. There you are. There you are. Complete with everything. Bye. They took 1.25 damage from something. And now... So now, this has more effectiveness, so I'm gonna put this on first. Shoot me. But don't make it hurt. That's... You shot my arm! Bro, come on, really? And you shot my body. Please! These doors suck. Set these doors like this. That way I can get out more easily. So I can just be like this, and I can do that. And if I happen to be standing here, I'm not going to still be in there. It's a little bit better. What did you even hit me with? Oh, wait a second. That actually did a bit. Final damage is 0.8. Wait, what? Adding attribute modifier via Mixin. Armor calculation modifier. The amount is 2.5. Right. It says 0.8. That is a little... that's a little low. That's substantially low. Okay. And 1.4. I am taking more damage. But... Now, that was 5. That was not quite right. .04. And Ben, you dumb idiot. Anyway. So that did 1.04. So it's normally 2. So it multiplies it by... And this is also 13 locational armor. But it provides substantially less piercing resistance, so I should take more damage with this. Come on. Do it. 1.28. Yeah, and that... So it is taking... Like, it is working. But I wonder if it's working too well. Attribute modifier 1.2. Wait, so I get shot once. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. I think it's applying these attribute modifiers multiple times. Which is obviously not ideal. So I'm thinking what I can do... Because this multi-map, I don't know what kind of... It's a hash multi-map. I think it might allow duplicate entries. I'm not sure. Point is I don't want to find out. And so, as a result... If it doesn't contain it, then put it in. Just in case it's like adding it multiple times. It ideally shouldn't, but it might. So just to really prevent that, we're gonna do that. And now check it. Alright, now let's run this with this. Alright. I don't feel like this is the problem, so I don't know what the problem is. It's close to being right, but it's not completely right. Love that for me. So this has more piercing effectiveness, so I really shouldn't be taking much damage. How did you hit my foot? Alright, whatever, dude. Okay, you're still doing 0.8. And this is gonna do 1.04, so nothing changed. Right. That's such a drastic change. Do I have any other helmet that provides the same amount of locational armor? Yeah, like this. This doesn't have anything set for it, so we're gonna see what it does. Actually, before that, I still take 0.8? Now that doesn't make any sense. Because I should be taking less damage, because I have more piercing effectiveness. Really? Is this the exact same, or is this ever so slightly different? It's the exact same. And then this, like, just kills me straight up, right? Yep. Still said it was 0.8 damage. But I did die instantly. Okay, something's not right here. Okay, that says 4 and 4. This is less piercing effectiveness. So 1.04. And now it's 0.8. $1.84. Really? Oh, I think I know, because it couldn't fully distribute the damage to the different parts. Okay, that's fair, that's fine. That works. Why this doesn't work, I'm not too sure. Now this has extra toughness, so... Huh. And this should provide substantially more. 0.8, again. I should be taking much less damage with that. I don't know, but clearly this doesn't work, so I'm gonna have to do some more analysis and figure out why this is wrong. Oh well, oh well. It's stacking something multiple times. welcome to stream. Hi. Thank you for meeting our bit goal. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. But that doesn't make sense. Wait, no, it does. Wait, no, it doesn't. Wait. I don't know. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. I think it's being applied twice. Which means this thing here, and wherever the first aid is. Where are you? This thing. Where it applies this, right? What I think it needs to do is on this armor, I think I need to do, what is the original mod? Has attribute mods, armor values at 0, classification at map, get original armor values, or else, yeah, whatever. And then the armor values are delta armor. Right, and then in the instance where quality tools is present, that's going to double it up again. I need to just set an attribute modifier that is the delta. What? Alright, I'm writing that down because I don't know. Because it seems like it's applying like a lot. And so I'm gonna look at this later, but I've been coding for 4.5 hours, so I'm probably gonna wrap it here. Genuinely. So thank you, everybody who came by. This was, well, I was gonna say this was fun. I don't know if I want to say fun, but like, stuff was done, that's for sure. For whatever that's worth. So yeah, I'm gonna get going. Thank you, everyone. I will see you tomorrow.